So let's just make sure my clicking. Yeah. Okay. Um, Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me here. So as we talked about a moment ago, basically I'm going to be sharing with you some best practices on how to design your screens, the user interface in Lightning Experience to delight your users. I came up with this presentation because I've been there before. Most of us as Salesforce admins, most of us are technology geeks. And most of us, when we uncover a particular feature being available to us, especially as it relates to controlling and customizing the screens in Salesforce, even more so for those of us who are coming from Classic to Lightning Experience, let alone those who are even brand new in Lightning Experience. And we see, holy crap, there are so many options available to us. We have tabs, we have accordions, we can put panels all over the tiles, all over the components, all over the place. Well, we can put report charts, we can put list views on record pages, we can put them on the home page. We go a little bit nuts. And I say this again because I've been there myself. My most horrifying, uh, eye-opening moment of realizing that I went off the deep end was, I kid you not, I was brought into Volvo, the auto manufacturer, Volvo headquarters for Volvo Automobiles of North America. And I'm sitting in a conference room with the head of sales and the CIO. And he's like, show me Salesforce. Show me what it looks like. I haven't seen it. We've been talking about it. We bought licenses. Show me what it looks like. And I was super excited to show him a completely hyped up interface that I created that I was so proud of. And I showed it to him. Click on the homepage and there are report components all over the place. You go into a record and you have all kinds of sub tabs with I made emoji icons for all of the custom tab labels. And he was total deer in the headlights. He said, okay, you could stop now. That is incredibly confusing and overwhelming and intimidating. I don't ever want to see that again. And I was mortified. I was completely mortified. I wasn't insulted. I was like, wait, but this was designed to give you all the information you need when you need it. And he's like, no, I feel like you just opened up a circus on me. And that was my awakening moment. And then I realized it's more about simplicity and showing people what they truly need while also being very simplistic about it. And it's hard to be simplistic while being elegant and efficient at the same time. So anyway, so that's what brought me to where I am of this particular presentation, which I've actually done for many different user groups around the world, because apparently this is a topic that people love to hear about. So anyway, let's jump in. For those of you who don't know me, my name is David Giller. I'm based in the New York area. I am CEO of Brainy8. We're a Salesforce implementation partner, consulting partner. I'm also a Salesforce trainer. I'm also a user group leader for the Northern New Jersey user group. If you are not already connected to me on social media, you can feel free to connect with me. But at the same time, it is not my goal in life to collect followers or friends or network connections. I could not care less. But I am a little bit of a social media addict, and I am more than just a minor Salesforce geek. So more often than not, I am posting things on all social media channels that's Salesforce related, whether it's funny, snarky stuff, whether it's frustrating experiences or articles or really anything. So you can feel free to connect with me, but it's totally cool if you don't. It's good. Anyway, so let me tell you a little bit about how other admins have reacted to this particular presentation. For most of us, when we've logged into Lightning Experience and realize all of the features available to us, most of us are like, holy cow, this is like really cool. It's like gifts are being given to us. We have so many different options available, and we can customize things to be totally different on the account screen versus the opportunity screen, on the homepage for sales versus the homepage for marketing. Like, we could really go nuts on it. But at the same time, remember what it was like for your end users when they first logged into Lightning Experience? They were just like freaking pulling their hair out. Like, what the heck? What's going on? Like, give me back the simplicity that I had in Classic, especially for those that are coming from Classic. Even if they're not coming from Classic, it's a little overwhelming and intimidating. when like there's just a whole lot going on every single screen. It doesn't matter which one. So let's talk a little bit about why you should care about the user experience. It goes back to the example that I gave you before, but think for a minute. What type of closet would you rather be working with? So if you need to get dressed in the morning to get ready for work, and you need to find a particular pair of shoes and a particular pair of pants that you're looking for and a particular shirt, it could be up here, it could be down there, it could be in the laundry hamper, it could be anywhere. Or would you rather be working with a closet that looks something like this, or would you rather be working with a closet that looks something like this? So you know, all of my shoes are in one place, all of my slacks are in one place, all of my shirts are right over here. So you can easily find what you're looking for. Now, I'll be the first to say, having a closet that looks something like this takes work. It takes way more work to have a closet that looks like this than one that looks like this. It's way easier to just throw things anywhere. Wherever there's space, you just slap it on there. And then we're doing a little Sherlock Holmes scavenger hunt kind of project when we need to find a particular item. So it definitely takes more work to have things nice, neat, and organized. Now, if we translate that to the Salesforce world, well, basically what we're going to have, if we're working with a Salesforce environment that looks like what's represented on the left-hand side of the messy closet, your end users are going to have a lot of confusion, a lot of chaos, a lot of frustration. People will be angry. They're going to be resentful. I hate this thing called Salesforce. I hate this thing of Lightning Experience. It was so much better in Classic. There's going to be a lot of wasted time and a lot of inefficiencies introduced to everyone in the organization. If on the flip side, you take a little bit of time and effort to put some structure into your screens so that it's nice, neat, and organized, and it looks something like what's on the right-hand side, you're going to have clarity, you'll have simplicity, it'll give a feeling of things being in order. People will be happy, they'll be more optimistic and positive. Time is going to be maximized. Everyone's going to know exactly where to find certain things. We don't even need to hunt for it each time. And that also means we're going to have more efficiencies introduced into the organization. So now the question is, okay, how do we translate that into Salesforce and into Lightning Experience? So that's what I'm going to show you now. And I boil it down to 3 fundamental concepts. So the first is simplicity, the second is consistency, and the third is ease of use. So each thing that I'm going to show you now, 18 tips, each one is going to fall into one of these categories. So you can see on the very top, we have these chevrons. So we're focusing on simplicity, then we'll move over to consistency and then ease of use. So the first, and this, some of you, you're going to like roll your eyes like, duh, but look in Salesforce and you're going to see a whole other story. You're going to see why I'm bringing this up. For the navigation tabs on the top of the screen, only show people those tabs that are relevant based on what they do. Guess what? If it's an organization that's not using the leads object, and many B2B organizations don't use leads, don't show it. If they're not using cases or quotes or products or all kinds of don't hide it. It's confusing, it's overwhelming, it's distracting. So think about your users, think about what things they do need to use and leverage, and only show the navigation tabs that are relevant based on what they do. Next, set component visibility. For those of you who are not familiar with this functionality, hopefully many of you are, but if not, practically every Lightning component, both standard and custom components, you have the ability, both on the home page as well as record pages, to leverage this feature on the lower right-hand side on the configuration panel where it says set component visibility, and you can apply filters on here. And you can apply filters when you're on the home page. You can apply filters based on almost any attribute for the user, which means you could do something where it's like only show this component. The component could be a rich text component like I'm showing here in the screenshot. It could be a report chart. It could be multiple report charts. It could be a list view. It could be practically anything. So only show this component if, let's say, the person's last name equals, if the person's email address equals John Doe at HomeDepot.com. If the department equals or contains the word sales, if their role or profile contains the word support. So you could do a lot of really cool stuff with that, which means that for us as admins, we've all been there where a senior executive turns to us and says, make me my own custom homepage. Here's what I want on my homepage. I'm special. Me and my team, we're special. We want our own custom homepage. Of course, you can create your own custom homepage. And then you're going to have a gazillion homepages that becomes a maintenance nightmare for the admin to maintain on an ongoing basis. But instead, what you can do, they don't have to know that you didn't really give them their own custom homepage. They feel and think that you gave them their own custom homepage because it truly is customized for them. You simply display the things that they are asking for you to display, and you hide the things that they are asking you to hide on the homepage using this simple feature, which means only the admins, when they are in edit mode of the homepage, only the admins will actually see all of the components on the screen. The end users will only see those relevant based on the filters that were configured for them. So this is really powerful stuff. Next, on the compact layouts, most admins don't think twice about the compact layout that appears on every object across the entire org. Think about it for a minute. On the compact layouts, you have some real estate over here to show a handful of fields that your team members will probably find very helpful, useful to have at the very top of the screen. Now, the first thing I'm going to tell you here is do not go to your end users and start asking them, hey, I've got a couple of fields I could put on the top of the screen. Which ones do you want me to put? Don't ask them that, because if you do, they're going to ask for every single field that appears lower down on the screen. They won't be able to filter it out. So sort of put yourself in their shoes. Think about what it is that they do. Think about what are the data attributes that are most important when they're on a contact screen or an opportunity screen or a campaign member screen or like whatever, it doesn't matter. Any screen at all. Think about, if I was them, which fields would I think are most important? Very often, when I work with clients that are using Salesforce, very often when I look at the compact layout, I see fields in there, like for example, on the account object, the native field for site or industry is there. And those fields are not being used whatsoever within that organization. Those are completely irrelevant. It's wasting valuable real estate on the top of the screen. And it takes 5 seconds to swap out those fields that are not needed and put in other fields, and boom, you're done. So you need to do this for every single object. So very helpful stuff to put right here on the top of the screen. Next, don't do what I described earlier, the scenario I described to you with Volvo. Do not go ahead and start creating all kinds of funky tabs just because you can. So my recommendation for you is use minimal tabs in order to simplify all record pages. So here you can see on the left-hand side, I have only 2 tabs. The first one is details, and the second one is related. And on the right-hand side, I have activity, and I have chatter. And I'm going to get to this later on anyway, but I'll mention it now in advance. Apply the exact same, this goes to the second concept of consistency. Apply the exact same approach across all objects, standard objects and custom objects, across all users. Not only will it make it easier for your team to understand what to expect, like when they click on something in Salesforce, as an admin's perspective, when you're training end users, it's going to make it a breeze. Because once you start explaining to them, once you get to, let's say, the account screen or the contact screen, and you're explaining to them like what's what on the screen, what's going on the screen, they're going to feel very familiar when you get to the next object. Once you get to the opportunity screen, and it's the same 2 tabs, details and related, on the left-hand side, and the same 2 tabs on the right-hand side, activity and chatter, they're going to get it. You won't have to repeat anything. They'll understand. It'll be familiar to them. And the same will hold true for any new custom object that you might create in the future, if you stay consistent about applying the same approach across the board. Anyway, so here we are moving over to consistency. And as I mentioned before, but now let's drill one layer deeper into it. Use the record details tab as the default, the first tab on all record pages. So I mentioned before how details is on the left-hand side. But native out of the box, when any company first gets like a Salesforce instance, The Details tab may or may not be the first tab, and it may or may not be the one that's open by default. Those are two different and distinct settings that we have as admins in Lightning. So 2 points. One, it should always, Details, my recommendation, it should always be the first tab in the sequence that appears on the left-hand side, lower left-hand side of the screen. It should always be the first tab. Why, you might wonder? Well, if I do a search in Salesforce for, let's say, George Clooney, I'm doing a general search for the contact of George Clooney, or I'm looking at a report of all contacts and I see there's a record, there's an entry for George Clooney, and I click into it. Why am I clicking into it? I'm not clicking into it because I need to see all of the opportunities or cases or campaigns associated to George Clooney. I mean, maybe eventually that's what I want to see as well. But first, I need to become somewhat familiar, even if it's only for 3 seconds, somewhat familiar. I want to glance at that record of George Clooney. Could you imagine you use a GPS or something, or you go to Google, you do a Google search for something, and you do a search, and then when you click on something, it's not actually showing you that thing that you clicked on, but other things related to. Like, no, why the hell did you take me there? And Salesforce, out of the box, in a lot of objects, it's the related tab that is appearing as the default that's open. That is super confusing for end users. So not only am I saying it should be the first tab that appears always all the way on the left, but it should always be the one that opens up by default when you click on any record whatsoever. The second one should be related. Now, when I say the second one should be related, you might be saying, well, yeah, but it's a lot of times we do click on the account or the contact because we want to see the opportunities. And also we have so many custom fields on the record itself that it takes forever to load. Well, that's a whole other problem. That's a problem because you've got freaking technical debt. You should not have that many fields appearing on the record itself. And like, don't just come up with this crazy workaround to avoid the technical debt issue. Go ahead and clean up, get rid of the clutter that's not needed. And if you want, I have a course on that too, how to clean your Salesforce org. Go ahead and clean that up and then do it appropriately. Like, don't come up with this workaround to give people the related first. Now, by the way, having this tab of related, by using the related list quick links component, which I'm going to get to in a moment, that appears right at the above the section that's highlighted, no user will ever have to click on that related tab. But you're giving it to them anyway. So in case they want to, in case, like, these are the users are coming from Classic and they want to be able to have that similar kind of experience of just scrolling and looking at all of the related records, they have that ability. They can click on the related tab to do it. But if they're looking at any record, like here, I'm looking at George Clooney and I want to be able to see all of the opportunities, all I have to do is go ahead and click on opportunities in that related list quick links, and I'm going to be able to see all of the opportunities. It's going to take me directly into that screen. Next, the compact layout should always be on top. Like, don't move it around. Don't do anything funky over here. Next, path. When it's appropriate, have path, utilize the path functionality and place it on the top of the screen, beneath, somewhere at the top where it takes up the full width of the screen. It could be, like I have it right here, above the related list quick links, or it could be immediately below the related list quick links. But leverage path where appropriate. Now, what you see over here, most of us think about path as being only appropriate for opportunities and leads. But you can use path for any object, standard or custom object, where you have a pick list field, and that pick list field represents progress or milestones of some kind. And that's going to allow you to have, to be able to see visually. It's going to allow you to visually see the progress that's being made on that particular record. So a perfect example is, let's say, cases. You have a status field for the case, and we want to be able to track, is it new, open, working, closed, whatever it might be. So showing it visually like that, great. You might have custom objects representing projects, or maybe the processing of documents, like the review, the intake, the review, approval of certain documents or applications. So those are also good objects that you might want to leverage Path for. Here in this example that I have on the screen, this is simulating an org that's not B2C, it's a B2B org, and they're not using the leads object. And instead they're using, on the contact, there is a field where I think it's called status, where if it's a new prospect, the first status is new prospect. And then we have working. And then after that is, you can see on my screenshot here, it's disqualified. And then we have a status of customer active, and a next one, which is customer dormant. This could be, you could use something like this on the contact record. It could be on an account record. This could be really, really powerful. Anyway, think about it. Next, consider hiding Path when it's no longer relevant. So in particular, let's put it this way. What is the real purpose of having Path? The purpose of having Path is to visually see where we are in the progress, and what other steps are needed in order, like what other milestones, what other statuses are needed in order to bring this thing to completion. If this record is already at the completion stage, which it might be like an opportunity closed won, or it could be closed lost, where we're really not navigating that often into this record and it's done. Well, first of all, the attribute of showing the status, that still appears lower down on the screen in the regular field called status. And at this point, if you want to, you could just hide Path using the exact same functionality that I described earlier, where you're using the Lightning component visibility setting. But when you're on a record page, you can control the filtering not only based on attributes of the user, but you can also control, by the way, you can also control it on attributes of the type of device. So whether they're logged in on the desktop or on a mobile device, on the phone, you can also control it based on, you can also apply filters based on any attribute of the record itself. So you can go into the component for Path and you can say only display it if the status or stage is not equal to closed. Done. And then as soon as it's marked as closed, that Path element disappears, giving you a little bit more real estate on the screen. So in some use cases, you can find that incredibly helpful. It cleans up the screen a little bit. Think about it. Next, I mentioned it before, related list quick links. Why on earth this is not appearing out of the box when any company gets Salesforce and they're new to Lightning Experience? Why does this not appear on every single object? I have no idea, but that's a little ridiculous as far as I'm concerned. But this needs to be that not only for the people who are coming from Classic to Lightning, but even if they've never used Salesforce before, this is incredibly helpful. So make sure you have the related list quick links on all objects, both standard and custom objects. Now, the only scenario where I would say maybe it's not that relevant is if you have, like, let's say if you are in fact using the leads object. So typically the only thing that's related to leads is campaign history. And if that's the case, you could do one of two things. You could, instead of having the secondary tab that says, so you have details and you have another one that says related, if you want, you could just rename that to call it campaign history. And someone would have to click into that to see the campaign history, which the downside of that, by the way, is you can't simply hover over campaign history to see all of the campaigns a person was part of. Or alternatively, you could just take that component, that related list single, one related list, and you can place it anywhere on the screen. So you could place it underneath the record details in order to see all of the campaigns that this person was part of. So that's really the only scenario that I can think of when you have an object where maybe there are no related lists, or there's only one related list, that it might not make sense to have the related list quick links there. So use it as you see fit. Next, my recommendation, use the template for record pages. Use the template where you have the wide column on the lower left-hand side with as I mentioned before, only 2 tabs, and on the right-hand side to have the narrow column with only 2 tabs over there. If you are using the native out-of-the-box Salesforce duplicate management functionality, then on those objects where you're using it, which is leads, contacts, accounts, you need to display that duplicate notification. And don't have it buried in a secondary tab somewhere. That needs to be sort of prominent somewhere. Now, I'll also be the first to say it's a little bit weird that Salesforce does not give us as admins the ability to hide this component when no duplicates are found. To me, it's like, why is that? That's like a waste of real estate. But either way, if there are duplicates, you need people to be able to see it right away. So my recommendation is to put it over here, like on the right-hand side, above the activity timeline. In the perfect world, if I had a magic wand, it would be hidden if there are no duplicates. Next, from a consistency perspective, as I mentioned before, use the same exact layout structure on all record pages in order to streamline end user training. So here you can see I have it both on the contact record as well as the account record. So you navigate over to the account record and the layout is nearly identical. And then when you navigate over to the opportunity record, it's nearly identical. The only difference here is that path appears, where I showed you a minute ago on the account object. If I don't have path, everything else is exactly the same, except path is missing. But here on the opportunity object, we have path being displayed. Next, ease of use. So when it comes to ease of use, first thing, global actions. I will be the first to say that when it comes to global actions, initially, I just sort of like ignored it. Like, who cares? Like, this is really not a big deal. This is actually a very big deal because you could be on any record anywhere in Salesforce. You could be looking at a report. Let's say I'm a sales rep and my boss is on my case about, let's say, my opportunities that I have not moved, my pipeline report, and screaming his bloody head off at me. And I'm hyper-focused on this particular report. And all of a sudden my phone rings, I pick it up, and it's a customer. And the customer wants to know information about progress on their opportunity. And I don't need to navigate off of it. I know everything there is to know about that particular customer and that opportunity. And maybe that's why I haven't had a chance to review my opportunity pipeline report. So using this functionality, I could be looking at that report, and without ever navigating off of that report, I can go over here and I can click where it says log a call. I can log that phone call. It pops up like a piece of toast on the bottom of the screen. I can log that phone call. I can then save it. And if I want to create another task, I can go ahead and create a future task for myself or assigning it to someone else. Pops up like a piece of toast without ever moving off of that report that I was on, or it could be another record that I was on. So it gives users tremendous ease of use, tremendous flexibility that they can use from everywhere. Now, at the same time, I have no idea why Salesforce out of the box has a ton of other nonsensical, distracting, duplicative features embedded in global actions. So what do I mean by that? I mean things like new lead, new contact, new account, new opportunity, new case, all that kind of stuff, new note, all of that is baked into the global actions by default. And especially in Lightning, when all you have to do is go ahead and click on the arrow icon, the caret icon on, let's say, the leads tab in order to create a new lead, or on the account tab to create a new account. I can do that from anywhere. Why on earth do I need it in global actions? So my recommendation is get rid of all that crap and only start off with just 3, maybe 4 items in here. And my recommendation is log a call, new task, new event, and if you're going to insert a 4th one, maybe it's send an email. And that's it. Just start off with those. As users start coming back and asking for additional options to put in the global actions, then by all means, go ahead and give it some consideration. I'm not saying just blindly listen to everything that they ask for, but if it makes sense, go ahead and give it some consideration and introduce things as needed. Next, the utility bar. For this one, I really should have had, and I apologize that I don't. And hold on, let's see if I don't. I should have had my demo org ready to show you how this works. The utility bar, the way the utility bar works, this is another feature that I completely ignored for a long time. And then once I realized the magic of it, I was totally blown away. So in the utility bar is basically the footer on the screen, on the bottom of the screen. And in the utility bar, you can put a couple of different things in there. my recommendation is just think of list views and nothing else. Like, it's totally cool if you want to put in other stuff, but list views like my open leads, my open opportunities, my open cases, things like that, my tier 1 accounts. So think about those list views that are most appropriate for your users. Put them in the bottom over here in the footer. And basically when you click on it, the first thing that it does is it creates a pop-up comes up where it sort of like, it's weird when that pop-up first comes up because it's like, there's a lot of information in there and it's taking over the main portion of the screen. But then you can pop it out into a separate browser window. And then you can put it on the side of your main browser window. And then when you click on it, it functions like a remote control. And it totally allows you to have as a side panel, it's sort of like having console. It's similar to having the new split view, that option that's available on list views. But in using it in the utility bar, A, it's available from everywhere. B, you can control, the user can control the width of that side panel. Whereas in the list view for the split panel, the split view feature, you don't have, the users do not have the ability to just control the width of that side panel. So I'm a huge fan of the utility bar, and users completely love it. It allows it. It gives them the feeling that they have access to their data from everywhere. The truth is they have access to it anyway. They can access the same list views like from anywhere. Like, it's really not a big deal. But from an admin perspective, it's low-hanging fruit. And user perspective, it's a super productivity enhancement. Next, on the home page, my recommendation, the same kind of list views that I recommended before. Think about, like, for your users, what they're doing, what's important to them. On the homepage itself, go ahead and take the exact same type of list views, like my open opportunities, my open cases, my open leads, put them on the homepage, and then going back to the feature that I highlighted before, which is using the set component visibility functionality in Lightning, go ahead and control, let's say you're putting like my open opportunities. Well, clearly you don't need to show it for people who are doing customer support tickets. They're not working with opportunities. They might not even have permission to see the opportunities object. So why put that on the screen for them? That's irrelevant. Instead, use the set component visibility functionality in order to only display this component for sales users. Now, by having just that one simple list view directly on the homepage of like my open opportunities, even though everyone in sales will see it taking up space on the screen, each person is going to see different opportunities in there because it's only going to be their open opportunities. So this is another very easy win for the admin and huge productivity gain for end users. Next, think about using rich text components on either home pages or on record pages to show like relevant hyperlinks, or when I say alerts, reminders, I'm not talking about like system generated alerts. I'm talking about like company type alerts, like reminding people at the third week of the month, your expense reports are due, or here's a hyperlink to our upcoming webinar that we're doing, like things that don't even necessarily have anything to do with Salesforce. Just utilize that functionality of the rich text components to put often used web reference material resources at the convenience of the fingertips of your users. And it could be plain text, but it could also be hyperlinks. So something valuable that I think you can make use of. And the last one is putting report chart components on the homepage. So like earlier I talked about, for example, like my open opportunities. Well, how about also having report charts that display, let's say, my opportunity pipeline. Maybe it's just my opportunity pipeline of all of the opportunities broken down, could be broken down by stage. It could be broken down by industry of the account. It could be broken down over time, showing like grouped based on anticipated close date. It could be grouped on anything. So where you could show things that are more insightful than a simple list view, where it's like you could show trending over time, my closed opportunities by close date, and so you can see how many opportunities have I closed, or of what dollar value have I closed opportunities over time. So start thinking about like metrics like that are important to your users and putting them directly on the homepage as well. So that's it for me. Those are the 18 steps, 18 tips that I have for you. And if you want to learn more on simplifying your Salesforce screens, I created, because so many user groups around the globe have been asking me to do this presentation, I actually turned it into an online course. And actually what I'm going to do is let me grab that. I'm going to, as soon as I'm done, I'm going to grab that URL. I'm going to put it in the chat so all of you have access to it. By using that link, you can access this course completely free. And it's basically, I'm showing you, it's the exact same things that I covered now in this presentation, but I'm also showing you exactly how and going a little bit deeper into why to do them. Anyway, that's it for me. Thank you. And I'm certainly open for any questions if anyone has any questions for me.
Oh, thank you so much, David. I've been sat here making notes on all the things that I didn't realize you could do, and cheering you on for all the things you said. I'm like, yes, exactly. Details tab first.
Yep.
So
for sure.
I mean, the conversation has been going mad alongside the presentation.
I haven't been able to keep track of it. So what do I need to pay attention to over here?
So I think let's open it up. And, has anyone got any questions for David?
David, I shared your video from YouTube where you're showing the same thing, how the list view can work as a component. Because I did see that when I looked for a simplifying, but that's how it works. So just for people to see.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. I am so in love with that feature, and when I show it to people, they have the same like mind blown experience that I did when I saw it. I was like, holy cow! Who knew that stupid little icon of pop out had so much power to it? Yeah, it's very cool. I totally geek out on it every single time it comes out.
That feature is really amazing. When I looked at that, and I just say, okay, that's something really worth to do it. That was part of the improvement in our org. People really love that.
Definitely. So what else do I need to pay attention? Anyone put any questions that I need to focus on? Because it's hard for me to, and with my old man reading glasses on the small text in the chat. So you can feel free to hit me up with any questions.
I have a question for you, David, actually. So one of the things that you said was left wide, right narrow column. And I always do that. That feels very natural to me. But I have seen other orgs where they do it the other way around, and it doesn't feel right, but I don't know why.
Yeah, I've seen orgs that use like the 3 columns. I've seen I don't know why. And by the way, I don't know why that format of wide on the left, I don't know why it feels natural to me either. You know what? As I'm speaking about it, maybe it's because just naturally with reading English, we're starting on the left, and like our eyes gravitate towards that left-hand side when we're going to start reading. Like maybe that's why, and just to give it a little bit more real estate on that side of the screen. I don't know, but to me that just it just makes sense. So why not?
So my job before doing Salesforce, I was doing a lot of stuff where I was converting research papers into or research on databases into papers and into directories. So I've got a lot of ISBN numbers against my name. And I did a really good course, which I don't think is available anymore, on information design. And yes, you're right. Yeah, so in English, we always start on the left. So the main thing you look at is on your left. But what is interesting is that now, if you want to people to ignore something, you put it on the top right-hand corner, because that's always where the nonsense is. Yeah. So
it's true. It's completely true.
There are hot points on your screen for where you want to put things. Your leftmost, kind of just under the top, not right at the top, but just under the top, is your hottest part of your screen, and that's where you want to put all your good stuff. And then obviously the folder before you start scrolling is where you want everything good. Yeah. So any users don't scroll because they're lazy. Yeah. Don't put anything under there. Yeah.
And it's funny, even as we're talking about this, is honestly, this is the first time that I'm even giving any thought as to like why is it that I prefer the wide on the left. And so I also happen to read and speak Hebrew fluently, which is right to left instead of left to right. And I'm thinking, if I was working in an org that was in Hebrew, having wide on the left would be so insanely frustrating to me. And it would be the flip. It would be the wide column would be on the lower right hand side. I would totally have everything that I have on the right. I would put it on the left, because you're starting to read from the right hand side of the screen. Or if it was a page, you're starting to read from the right hand side. So yeah, I think that's totally it.
So Nathaniel, since you've opened your mic up, and for anyone else that missed it, do you want to share with the group what you've done with a rich text component? Because that really kicked off quite a lot of conversation about what we like to do with our rich text components.
Yeah. So I asked permission after I did it, actually, which is probably a bit naughty. I put the face of the CEO. I found the face of CEO from our for some corporate stuff. Is in an org that I worked on a while back, and I captioned it with, your account management plans are due by the end of March. Don't let me down. Just like, I just left it like that. And you know what? That seemed a bit more effective than the traditional kind of, please update your Salesforce records. Yeah. But the thing,
by the way, you could have a lot of fun with it. You could have made it like an animated GIF of doing something like this.
Yeah, but no, it's we would. So sometimes you gotta get a bit creative.
In the past, I've used that in really simple but really powerful. I was working for a customer who they would have they were a subscription-based customer, so they would have accounts that would lapse on their subscription, but customers could still raise a case. It was the exception rather than the rule, but they could still raise a case. But on a case that was linked to an account where their subscription had expired, we just had this big, rich text at the top of the case record that said, this account is expired or this account is blocked.
Yes.
And it just...
I've seen many different use cases like that where, let's say, more often than not, there's friction between the company and a particular customer prospect. Like, don't work with this. We're not selling anything to this person or this company again. Where and in the end, it's taking any attribute that's already there, a checkbox or anything, and representing it as a rich text component that appears prominent. So yes, Chris, I've seen that happen many, many times.
I've used it in my previous org, and we've used it when the GDPR came to place. You guys in your notes, we had a situation when someone contacted someone or called them or whatever, and there was like small unsubscribed information on that contact, but then we've turned it into massive message saying do not contact, just in case. So because people will then see it, hopefully, So yeah, that's pretty cool to do.
Yeah. I've heard where I used to work. So I used to work for which is like a consumer magazine in the UK, and we had subscribers, and the user base mostly over 60s, and people would just call our service center to chat. And they're paid up members, but I mean, it's kind of, our average call handling time is going way up. So yeah, there are some users that have that flag the customers that have that flag, like, you know, this old lady's chatty. Yeah, be polite, but get the phone down.
I think it's really useful. I've always used, when companies go out of business or people retire, I've always used like a little flag to mark them as inactive. But, people ignore it. I've put it in the compact layout. It's at the top of the screen. You get a bright red flag. Doesn't make any difference. And we've had some really horrendous incidences of, people calling people and they've died, and it's really mortifying. So I'm now thinking a rich text component would be much more obvious to the users. So that's definitely something that I will be taking away and thinking about doing. I just
also you can think creatively as it relates to leveraging emojis, because you could embed graphics like we talked about before. You can embed graphics like full-blown images, but a lot of times it's even simpler. And by the way, how bizarre that we've all embraced emojis like caveman times, where like it's bizarre. But you can use directly on the computer. You can just do a Google search for virtual emoji keyboard, and you can just cut and paste emojis from there directly into the text component. And from the end user's perspective, it's a graphical representation. It's an icon. That's all they want.
Yeah, I see that we've got a question from Paul here. Where are you, Paul? I can't see you on my screen. Where have you gone? But he put a question in the chat about how many of your ideas would you recommend you switch on just as a given?
Can't hear you.
Salesforce. So the layout, that the recommendations that I give here, like let's say having like details and then related, where details is the default and related is secondary. Off the top of my head, I think that holds true out of the box natively. I think that only holds true on one object, which object I don't remember, like one standard object. But if you go to another object, like it's completely not like that, where details is all of a sudden on the right-hand side and related is all the way on the left, and related is what's showing. I don't understand. So there are many different, and native out of the box compact layout is always on the top. So yes, people somehow decide to manage to move it down. So there are definitely many of the things that I shared are sparsely available out of the box, but not consistently. That's the problem. Which to me, that's what's so puzzling about it.
That makes sense. Has anyone else got any more questions for David?
Yeah. Out of the 18 tips, of which 17 I loved, still not sold on.
Wait, which one do you hate? Wait, no. Tell me, which one do you know?
Related quick links.
Oh, why don't you like that? I wasn't thinking that was going to be controversial.
You know what? I came into Salesforce 2016, so Lightning was the first interface, and Classic was this thing that I really avoided. So the idea that you've got those related lists, I'm just kind of opposed to. It's more of a personal taste thing more than anything else.
Because it looks like Classic a little bit, and you're such a hater.
Yeah.
Right, yeah. Chris is thinking like, who's injecting Classic crap in here?
How dare they?
Exactly. I'm going to be happy.
I understand. I don't agree, but I understand.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
But of the 18, which is the most difficult, not to implement, but to win your users over with?
That's a really good question. I think the most difficult is being consistent across objects.
Yeah.
Because usually users who know absolutely nothing about user interface design, nor do they know anything about database architecture, that won't stop them from being highly opinionated on how the screen should be designed. And they think, no, but I'm special and it's only for us, and we need it like this. And That's all fine and dandy for the person who is speaking, but that person, even though they might be someone of authority, they're not necessarily speaking truly on behalf of the preferences for their entire team or the future hires that have not yet joined the team, nor are they speaking on behalf of the person who's expected to train the users and spend 20 minutes explaining to them why this screen is different from all the other screens across the entire system because Joe Schmo thought that he was special and these screens are special for this team.
Yeah.
So it's the consistency part. Believe it or not, yeah, I've gotten a lot of pushback on that. And then when I turn to them and I explain, when I've realized that it's people will always try to push by saying, no, but I'm special and my team is special, and by simply circumventing that, I never address it head on, like, you're really not that special, dude. So instead of doing that, I simply I try a different approach, which is, well, I hear you, and you're right. Your team is special, and we love them very much, and all of their contributions for the organization. But at the same time, if you're going to hire 10 more people in the next 6 months, you know how much time it's going to take to train them on this super unique stuff that you're asking for? Versus what we're doing here, the alternative that I'm suggesting is going to make end user training for your new hires. They're going to be in training far less hours if we do it my way.
Yeah, totally.
So they end up saying, yeah. It's about psychology in the end. It's weird. It's really weird.
Awesome. Thank you.
Anyway, yeah, my pleasure.
Thank you, David. So one last chance then. If anyone's got any questions, don't miss your opportunity to ask them. I mean, the tips were really, really clear. And I've got to say, my favorite was the utility bar and using it for list views. I didn't know you could do that. So I didn't think it had any relevance to my sales users. I thought it was all, service type stuff.
David,
even if you just put 1 or 2 in there, it's fine.
David, I have a quick question. What do you think about organizations who have really messy layouts and it's impossible to push any changes? Like, we definitely have overloaded layouts, users complaining, but we say everything is still needed. Like, I seen some orgs where even I've got one job offer. When they showed me around the Salesforce, I just say, I'm gonna have to do some changes because it definitely doesn't look clean or as easy as possible to use it. And they say no. So I just say, I'm not gonna accept the job offer because it was really, really messy, overloaded, and I was confused by the admin by myself. What do you think about orgs like this?
So as a consultant, what I'll say is that those kinds of orgs end up, it takes the most work to implement fixes because they've gone for so long sort of unsupervised of everyone feeling entitled, all of these unqualified, inexperienced people feeling entitled to have system admin permissions, and they just go to town. And sometimes you'll see things as cluttered as like 4 different fields, all called industry, on the account screen. And they are there because the other people who went in as an admin, logged in as an admin to create another field for industry, they simply didn't see it on the page layout, so they assumed that there is no such field. And when they got an error, they just changed the API name to like industry 2, and then they changed the label that it's still called industry. And like, that takes effort to create such a duplicate. So as a consultant, inheriting an org like that, it could be a lot of money, if the company has the time or patience or interest in fixing it. It could be like a windfall, like winning the lotto. But more often than not, this goes back to the psychology and emotions. People feel like you're calling their baby ugly. Like, what do you mean? I created this. Like, yeah, then you're responsible for this crap, this Frankenstein that I'm looking at over here. And just my personality, and also because, like, yes, I'm a Salesforce consultant, and yes, I get compensated by the billable hour. That's not my goal. My goal is not to generate more billable hours. My goal is to introduce efficiencies and to implement the appropriate type of functionality to bring simplicity, to bring enhancements, to introduce productivity to the organization. Charging by the billable hour is simply a method of compensation. So I turn to them and I explain, look, here's what you need. And a lot of times they don't understand, they get all emotional. So a lot of times I will use analogies. I'm famous for doing this, by the way, or metaphors. And I turn to them and I say, this is the equivalent of you're showing me your beautiful home. And what you're showing me is smack in the middle of the kitchen is a toilet bowl because your toddler thought it would be a good idea and you let them install a toilet bowl here. And this is what you've been working with. And now you're telling me that the toilet bowl is leaking and sometimes it smells because it's in the middle of your kitchen and you're asking me to fix it. The only way I, as a professional, will get involved in fixing it, I'm removing this toilet bowl from the kitchen. It does not belong here. And by the way, the refrigerator does not belong outside the front door because someone thought it would be convenient to have, when you're coming in with groceries from the supermarket, to have the refrigerator right by the front door so you don't have to go all the way into the kitchen to, like, none of this makes any sense to me. So if you want my involvement, I'm going to fix it that it should be the right way. If you are emotionally tied to having that toilet bowl smack in the middle of the kitchen, then do whatever you want. I want no part in this. So I'm totally with you. I would, and I have turned down multiple jobs with clients where I turned to them and I said, this is I am not trying to upsell you on anything. This is a monumental, you came to me because you're having a reporting issue. The reason why you're having a reporting issue, the reason why you can't pull a mailing list of all of your contacts is because you have 12 different custom objects to track people. And that's why. And in order to fix it, it's probably going to take over a year to fix this issue. I don't even want to be involved in this kind of a project. And I realize that you're a nonprofit, you don't even have the money to do it. So like, I'm out. I'll tell you what's involved. I'll tell you what you should do, but I want no part of this. So that's how I handle it. A blunt, hard truth, tough love.
I love that. I love that. Thank you so much, David.
My pleasure.
For taking all of those questions. So, you know, just to wrap up, we're finishing just about on time, but thank you very much to Dan and Rob as well from LDN Apprenticeships for, you know, talking us through the apprenticeship scheme and how we can get involved. And thank you to David for your presentation on you know, simplifying our layouts for our users. That got a lot of love on the chat, a lot of conversation happening there. So thank you so much for joining us, and thank you as well to everyone that's joined the call today.
Thank you, Christine.
Thank you all, guys.
No problem at all.
Thank you.
So I will, after this, I will share, you know, the details as well, how to get in touch with Dan and Rob about the apprenticeships. And as David said, feel free to connect with him. I'm connected with him on LinkedIn, and Instagram is particularly amusing, so I can really recommend that. But
I am the most unfiltered on Instagram. Like, I would totally call people out of like, that's nuts.
It's so true. But on that note, thank you again to everyone that's joined us, and I hope you will enjoy the rest of your evening. And David, enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, everyone.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye, guys. Have a nice evening, everyone.
You too.
Bye.
Bye.